Okay, so just getting started. We'll jump in here in just a moment. Yeah. All right. So we're going to try our best to carry on with what I was doing yesterday. The plan is to, well, I'm hoping to get tailoring done and sorted. A couple of levels left on that. Hello. Yes. Say hi. Well, it's doing the load thing. Check on something. Next song. Okay. Okay, you gotta sort out your hunger. Wellness indeed. Do appreciate. Hmm. A bit of a stretch, even though, like, I mean, I just started, so I'm not in a sort of state of, but it's good to make sure that you're stretching and stuff. I'll save a minute tea, maybe. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good. I'm gonna make myself some food here in a bit, in the game. It should sate my hunger, and then I'm gonna cook up these things and cook and eat them too. Tomorrow we'll have rabbits and or meats to eat, so that'll be nice. Um, Come a day's time though, I actually might return to Dixie, utilize or like count the vehicles that are in Dixie, and I might actually unlock the ability to drive and gasoline and in and sort of a side thing power as well, because Higgins hasn't had electricity for ever, like his whole life, at least currently, up to like since the apocalypse started, right? um Previously he had electricity, but I mean that was the life of luxury pre-apocalypse. That doesn't count, does it? When the apocalypse starts, you have a new life. Your life begins at the apocalypse. It's like rewriting a book or opening a new book, I mean. But yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I'm gonna make a little bit of I also was thinking about making a metal bucket just here soon, and we'll see how that goes. Meaning that I'll be able to... I'd start using these for, I'd be able to boil water in larger amounts. It's been 2 weeks since you had your surgery and you're feeling good? I hope you feel good. That's good. Oh, I didn't. I'm silly. I didn't cook all the eggs. I only cooked one egg. That's okay. We have trail mix. What does it take to make a metal bucket anyways? I need wire. What's barbed wire? Isn't there a thing of barbed wire somewhere? Oh, yeah, there is. I'm pulling this from not long ago, I think. Or maybe it is from a long time ago. While exploring the sheds, there should be barbed wire in the... It's like a stack of it. I don't think I can pull apart fishing traps yet, though, right? Because this would get me wire too, but it requires a recipe, which is part of one of the fishing magazines. I think the angler gets that as well. I think you can also get wire, though, by taking apart cars. I don't remember. And it's been quite a while since I've taken apart a car. We also leveled up animal care, which I actually don't know if animal care... It says it increases the number of harvested resources from animals, but then what's butchering? It's the same thing, right? Increases the meat harvested from animals. Specifically wool and milk, I guess, is what animal care is for. Yeah, we might go back to Dixie and do some mechanics grind so that I can get a car going so that I can... And also, what level is my electrical? 2. I might just see how many things we have. Yeah, if we had the ability to pull apart, because I have pliers, so... But I don't have... I don't have the recipe. Alright, so hopefully this will make us a metal bucket though. And then with said metal bucket, I'll be able to boil water in larger amounts. Because very soon we'll have enough water in excess to wash ourselves here. Because what happens is I made 10 buckets. 10 buckets is 100 liters of water, right? So what happens is then eventually it'll get to a point where I could just use this section over here, wash at the amphora, and then fill it back up. Okay, so now that we have this, we can unstack the wire. It's 12 barbed wire. Can I learn the barbed wire recipe? Yeah. Make a cage trap is not what I want. We want to make a bucket. So to make a bucket, I need to make a sheet of steel. I don't think this forge can make a sheet of steel. And I can't make a bellows without medium tanned leather. Which at least we can tan the leather now, but I don't have medium tanned leather available. Not unless I kill one of those deer somehow. Which anytime I get anywhere near them, they bolt off into the forest. What to do, what to do. It's regular foraging at the moment. But come closer to the farm. I know there are deer in these woods that are just to the north a little bit. I could just get one of them. Is today not good weather to search? Oh wait, I forgot. The rule of tracking is you need to be crouching, isn't it? I think you need to be crouching in order to track tracks. I could be mistaken, but I don't know. I have very, very rarely touched this. Oh, here we go. We got some tracking happening. Where though? Nice stack. Okay, we had tracking back here, so let's go back here for a second. Whereabouts back here did it happen? Oh, look, we got more tracking. Oh, here they are. I don't want to deal with that right now. That doesn't work. Where did they go directionally? Oh, this way. Mm. Yeah, this sucks a little because I gotta head back. I'm gonna go dump off all this nonsense I'm carrying around. I can't be in this area on this side while the traps are active during their times. I need to run away. Food, 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 food. These ones are non-perishable. We're gonna rest in here. Mm. Oh, wait, one sec. Wrong one. We'll deal with the rabbits first. Yeah, it's no point. Is there? As much as it would be nice to keep them, it's not a good idea. Because currently there's issues. Let's not take any chances. How do I do it? Don't have in my inventory anything to lure you. If you like mushrooms, you like peaches. Give me some cabbage, please. Where's an orange? So we seen the deer. It was there, like right close by, which proves that they haven't left. They're still within the area. If I can get some cabbage or something, I might be able to lure them, but I don't. Because potatoes don't seem to do it. Needed any of these things. I figured cucumber would, but I guess not. More potatoes. No luck so far. No luck. Potatoes aren't enough. Drop that for a second just so that I can switch. Carrots, cucumbers, grape leaves, more potato. I don't expect any of these things to work, but we'll try. Morning. My cabbages. I'm pretty sure that that would work. The thing is I can't get too close to them. So I am getting sneaking XP, which proves that there is one nearby. Right there. Yeah, see? Okay, I need to go check my crops. I'm gonna go grab that bag and then go check the crops, because if I can get the cabbages at least, like, somewhat, or if I can find wild cabbages here in the near future, I think I could use those to lure that deer, and then I can have a medium leather. Medium leather, essentially, is the only missing component I have from the advanced forge, and then I can make an advanced forge. Yeah, I can't get close enough. That's the thing. That's one of the downsides of this. It's like, in order to get close enough, I have to bug the deer out. Like, there's 3 or 4 ways that I know how to do that, but I don't want to do anything that's exploitive. So, really? It's farming unhealthy, but let me water it. So part of the trick to farming is that you should use the lemongrass to help the other crops. I think this one's dead though. Even though it just says farming unhealthy, I'm gonna remove it. See, that made all the crops nice. All the crops are good again. Except for this one. This one's the only one. Because it's dead. These zombies have a bad habit of standing on the crops. Okay, there we go. We watered all those, so those will be good for another few days. Sorry, I sneezed. Okay. Let's see. We won't be able, or we won't have to worry about tomorrow. But if I could just get a hold of that deer. Still need more. 37 per. Scaled. Not gaining though. Now gaining. Inside sleep. Mm, 6 weeks of drinking caffeine-free coffee with lots of water, plus eating healthy. I don't feel the. No, That sounds good. I'm glad that you're having a better time. That's good. No time. That's a coincidence. Be back soon. Okay. I need crops. Fingers crossed we find cabbages, because cabbages I'm pretty sure are alluring thing. If we find cabbages, we'll be able to. Morning. Hopefully your morning's going good. Mine is decent. Right now I'm trying to catch a deer. But I do have hopes that we're going to get an eggplant meat. Yeah, I've been feeling great. Have an exercise. Yeah, that's good. Your body complains. Yeah, baths are good though. They're good for relaxing. Or do you mean sounds bad? Because it doesn't sound bad. It sounds good. At least in my opinion. But baths are one of my favorite things. That's one of the, like, it's up there for me. One of the things that I want is in some time, Emma and I are going to look to be in a different place at some point, I hope. And once I move in there. But yeah. Baths are wonderful with bath salts and candlelight and just so relaxing. There we go. You're what I need. And tracks. You started exercising? That's usually how it goes. And you know, you start using muscles you've not used before. If you feel some particularly like lots of soreness though, try working out a different area. Because soreness is your body's response of, hey, I need a break here. Um, Pushing through it can be good sometimes, but also you can hurt yourself. So it's better to just to make sure that that particular side of you is resting while, you know, you work something else. That's why they have days for certain things, right? Like leg day and all that. But obviously you're going to be very sore when you first start doing stuff. I remember when I started going jogging more, like, and I've been kind of like not doing it as much. Go like once a week now, which is not the best. I probably should do it more. Um, but okay, I got you. So it's song bath. Yeah, it's music can definitely strongly influence some folks, and as a result, it's if you find that you're in a particularly moment of you just putting on a playlist and like listening to the music is sometimes really helpful. I know that that does help me quite a lot. Is just I enjoy. I mean, my playlist on the stream is literally whenever anybody asks about it, I say it's a playlist that makes me happy. That is my little ramble about my playlist, right? That's it's knowing one's mind is important because if you know yourself, then you can kind of you can be okay. It's helpful as well in terms of gameplay, as well as other things. Know yourself. Know what makes you uh respond. Am I tracking animals? This is part of the problem with trying to find the animals is like all of this forest area is darkened, so I can't see the animals, and by the time I get within range, they're gonna run away. So I'm not gonna be able to track them per se. Look at this. So there's lots of either it's coming this way or it's going that way. Problem is it's not clear. In the long run, a little of energy. You want 3K? That's pretty good. Know thyself? That's an old quote. But also it's from the Matrix. Old quote. Yeah, I don't know where this leads next, but I need to come back here and So we are crouched right now, even though it looks like we're nimbling around, because... Right. Come on. Nope. I can't interact with these tracks at all. I can just see that they exist. It doesn't tell me where the deer went. Are there different kinds of tracks, or is there like some kind of way to tell? There's two here. Lots here. Nothing that I can do with them. Wouldn't have been able. Now you're building your legs up. That's good. It's good to get healthy and to actually move around and use, use your body. Because that also helps with blood flow and will also help with mood and a bunch of other things. Oh, we got another tracking XP, which means somewhere nearby over here. Oh, we got another tracking XP, which means... Stop running, please. I missed where it was. Got some more tracking XP, but why? How do I lure you? Pick up. Animal info. I have cabbage in my inventory. I have to be within a certain rate. Like, look, see it? It sees me immediately. There's no catching it that way. Even if I was level 10 stealth, it doesn't matter. Where it is. I can't see it. Is stealth still not working? Stealth has never really worked in the way that you would expect it would work. Um, they've made fences semi, like, solid now, though, so that's kind of a nice feature. Um, I don't want you to run too far. Are you approaching me? You are. That's intentional. Now I need to get around it again, and I'm gonna trap it in here, because that's gonna happen. And that's what I wanted to happen. Ooh, what if we open this? Booga booga booga. See? Because, like, I'm crouched the whole time. And I need to approach at the right angle to get it to go up that way. So, we'll probably this way. Yep, there we go. So we cornered yourself. Good. Thanks, Josh Tab. It doesn't help that the nimble stance takes like a half a second to get into position to do so, and got you. That was the worst, by the way. Like, could you imagine? This is why bows and arrows need to be a thing. And that bleed out timer? No. Bleed out timer for the animal. I mean, it takes so much time to get the animal to get caught in the first place. Unless you have that scenario there happen, where you happen to manage to get the animal into an area that's enclosed. Because the tracking mechanic itself doesn't work. Like, it shows you where the animals are, but there's no stealth element to it. Zero. Like, they see you right through the trees. And you can't see them quite so well because of the way the perspective works. So, it just ends up being not good. The hunting experience is like a 2 out of 10. Like, it's like not very fun. Not to mention, think about your clothes getting ripped apart by the trees at the same time, right? It's like, it's not fun. Not good. And that's coming as somebody who just successfully did the hunting. Like, it's... I don't want to gather the blood, I just want it gone. We got 5 sinews, some bones. Oh, deer skulls are one of the ones that can be crushed. deal with this unprocessed thing here in a second. I wish I had the nutritionist trait to look at this stuff, but I know it's not good compared to like it needs improvement. Okay. Yeah, the hunting experience, the reason why it doesn't feel like I'm hunting. It feels like I have to run in cheese strat, and it's not like hunting, you know? Doesn't feel like hunting. Feels cheesy. Did I get more from using? Yeah, we should get more. More-ish. That's for certain. But the meats are still not good. They need to be improved. Because their caloric values, it's just better off eating rabbit meat. It's not the eating a deer is. It's nice to have the choice. Like it does give a little bit of calories, but it's not enough calories to really, break anything in terms of your day. Like you'll have your character's burning like thousands of calories in the day, and that right there, in total probably is maybe about a day's worth of calories, maybe two, maybe, just to break even, not to gain weight. Meanwhile, I eat a little bit I eat a little bit of rabbit meat and suddenly I get weight, which is what we need in order to maintain between 76 and 84 weight in the game. The optimal weight, the good weight. Yeah, we can start processing this. Got a medium leather crude. Grab some water. Enjoy your lyric. I drop my car off. It's so close to 120. Oh, nice. Sounds good. All right, you have a good time. Oh, I need to make a medium drying rack now. There you go. Some twine, 6 sticks. Okay. Yeah, hunting could be really fun. Like, it really could be. Like, like, when you think hunting, you think like the long dark, where you do wound. Like, I get what they have in mind with the wounding of the animal and then tracking the blood and stuff like that. It just doesn't really work as well in a scenario where you're as time crunched. Of course, they fixed that a little bit by having the time expanded in default, like so in Apocalypse, so that it's 90-minute days now instead of the 60-minute days, which is good. Like, I mean, that gives you more time in the day to do stuff. Just gonna make these threads really quick. So these make so each sinew gives you 10% of a thread. So me with my level 3 butchering, am I 3? Yeah, level 3 butchering got me 5 sinners, which is, you know, so be 10% each, so that's 50% of a thread. Put that there. Sinew. Five threads. Because we don't need full 5 threads, we only need like a little bit. Once. Okay. So now we just need planks and a handle. 2 handles. There we go. We've now got a bellows. This weighs 40. So before I pick that back up, I need to it's right here, right? So fun fact about the bellows, I can't pick it up right now unless I drop my backpack. If you want to pick up the bellows and then put it back down, be very careful. I still need to drop some more things. So here, we should be able to pick it up now. When it'll say place item, that's not what you want to do. Don't do this. Just drop it, or you can click it and drag it out of your inventory. So like this, drop. Because that's better to do it that way. Alright, let's grab some of these. Okay, so that's those 2 portions. Now we need the wooden bucket. Which requires a iron and some iron bands, which I already grabbed because I planned ahead. It's right here. Oh, but these ones are the small iron bands. I don't know if they're the ones that I need. No, they are. Okay. So I just need nails and some planks now. We should sleep here in a second. Run us inside, have an in-game nap, and then we should be able to make an advanced forge. Oh, block it. If I could get one more deer, we would be able to make the advanced furnace as well. Um, that's carving. Oh, I must have run out of names. I need a log, 30 blocks. This weighs 10 encumbrance. Should fit in here. Doesn't fit in here. But if I equip the secondary and then put it in here, it will work because the reason is the ground was encumbered. Okay, never mind. Because the ground can get encumbered as well. It's something that happens. Sounds ridiculous though when you say that. I just encumbered the ground. It became so much stuff on the ground that it just was like no more stuff can go here. Okay. Now we just need 30 blocks, 1 bucket of gray cement, 1 log. Pencil. Really? There we go. Oh, because of the stone wall. Stone wall's on this side somewhere. There it is. What else is I missing? Bucket of clay cement and so this. Oh, there we go. We've got the advanced forge now. So if we want to make stuff, we use this one. So that means that we should be able to make that sheet now. This requires a steel block, which I'm guessing the 4 iron chunks makes a steel block. Or four steel chunks, I mean. Yep, and this one can't properly process steel. Which just means that if there is another deer in that woods, which there probably is, I gotta just do the same thing. Try to corner it. Look. I want to go too far. That's what I want. Ooh, there's a lot of you. I'm supposed to... I could have sworn I seen deer here. There's one there. The baby deer. Please stop going that way. Nope, that's what I don't want. Yep, it's done. You've been captured. Alright, let's go. And I'll leave this open just so that other animals can come in here if they need to. Which is useful, but at the end of the day, I don't expect any other animals to come in here. And that's it. That should be advanced forage as well. Which means I don't have to go all the way to McCoy Estates to do stuff. I can do stuff here. Do something there. I might as well just go to bed. For pain to come down. Alright, pain's down. There we go. I just need 40 stones. Which is just 4 large stones. There's 1. There's 2. Take it further than this. I'll just do it here. Need 2 more. These weigh 1 until we rip them out. Make that right now. Now I just need to go grab the backpack and then the maul and the chisel and the hammer. And then we'll create the 40 bricks we need. Grab the clay cement, make the advanced furnace, and then there we go. We got both here. Let's see. I need you, and I need them all. Hello, what are you doing there? I just gotta go drop these 30 bricks off, and then I gotta come back and do the other 9. Okay, while I'm passing by, I'll grab the clay cement and the trowel. So I'm losing weight right now, right? It's 2 bowls of venison. Can't eat any more right now. There's nothing in here, is there? Run and fill this up from inside. We can eat another bowl. 3 bowls. Still not getting. Can't eat another bowl of it yet, but we'll be able to soon. And move all of this stuff over there now. Okay, this is my 4th bowl of venison. Oh, I actually just ate a piece of regular, which would have been about 55 hunger. Oops. Nothing inside there, right? Oh, there is. Meanwhile, you can't store anything inside the advanced furnace. Okay, we'll put this in you. Alright, let's see. So we can make a lot of stuff with this. I'm pretty sure you can't, but yeah, didn't think so. They're not in the listing yet. Okay. Going on 4. 5. 6. 7. Still not gaining. 8. 9. This is just to scale off, and my weight before was somewhat stable. It's 10. Still didn't even gain the up arrow. Not even close. Or maybe it is close. But like by up arrow I mean just scaling off, like just so that it's not down arrow anymore. I just ate all of that venison with no gains. The caloric values were just not enough. That's absurd. This is why the meats need to be all better. Because there's no reason for me to kill the deer aside from having the only reason is for the medium leather so that I can make the advanced forage. And I mean, I guess in theory you could do that with the pigs, right? Pigs give you medium. But you're not doing it for the meat. It's just really. Okay, so we were at what, 11, I think? This will be 12. $13. 14. 15. Took me 15 bowls of venison to do what 2 bowls of rabbit does. 15! And 2 bowls of rabbit will get me an up arrow. And 3 bowls guarantee that up arrow. And hold it for a bit. Right now, look, I already dropped back down. I didn't even really move far. I moved from a campfire to my home. Yeah, it's just, it's absurd. It needs adjusting to the point where it matters. Like if you, because think about how much effort I put into trying catching those deer, right? I had to circle them around. I had to pen them in, and then it's not even a hunting experience. It feels to me like I cheesed them because I managed to pen them in into one of the farms, right? If I were to try and get them in the woods, that would never happen. They would just keep running for eternity. I would never be able to catch them. There is no hunting. It doesn't exist. And it's not tracking so per se as more as it's just following them, and they see you. They see me well before I'm able to do anything. And if you're going to make the claim that, oh, but your tracking and your stealth is low, no, that doesn't matter. The um being stealthy doesn't get you closer to them. You could be level 10 stealth and it's still, you can't get near them. Not unless they bug out. And then the same for tracking. Tracking doesn't seem to matter at all. I don't honestly know what this does aside from show you that there are animal tracks nearby. It's just a weird skill. So you can know that there are animals around. But unless you have a way to pen them in, there's no, like, they'll run off and escape. And like I said, there's a couple of ways you can bug out their AI. One of the ways is through fast forward. You can actually, if you use fast forward, you can get them to run in a circle. But that's not intended, nor is it. It, like I said, doesn't feel like hunting. It feels like cheesing. Do I have an empty crucible somewhere? I have a crucible with steel and a crucible with iron. I'm gonna make another crucible. They'll fix that eventually, but it's in a bad place right now. Most of calories are. Too much effort into the system, not enough gains. Okay, I need oh yeah, I was gonna make another crucible. So to do that, I need the bag of sand, wherever it's at. This isn't sand. This isn't sand. These are dirt, I guess. Yeah, so if I take... Because I'm going to be taking 4 sand, so I might as well... There we go. Take 4 dirt as well. there. I don't have a lighter, do I? What is it called? It's called the... Oh, it's in electrical. Just click electrical, it'll be easier to find. This one. It requires the recipe. Should check Smokies. There might be some lighters in there. Might have used it already though. Nothing upstairs either. Hey, hope you're having a good day. I'm having a good day. Were you playing more some more CDDA? I'm curious. You've been playing a lot of things, oh my. Quite a few. But last I seen you were playing CDDA. Hopefully you've been having a good time. And by CDDA, I mean the actual CDDA. I don't mean Zomboid. Just hopefully you had a good stream. A little intro. Let me see. You were, yeah, okay. How's your CDDA save going? Are you managing to succeed? Scripts. I'm trying to gain weight, but I know that I can't off of this as much as I'd like to. You were doing horror. Okay. So you played some Cataclysm. Okay, that sounds super cool. Oh, cool. I'll do my little intro thing. Yes. You cheated a bit. In what way? You don't have to say if you don't want to. I'm just curious. Is it just because something happened in the game that was like unfair, or I'm curious. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, though. Because I can respect if, you know, especially if janky things happen, you know, it's fine to do an undo under certain circumstances. Or, you know, if you just want to have a break and just, sometimes it's fun to cheat, like, and run around and be super powerful. I can understand. I know quite a lot of folks that have played like The Sims for, but they turn on like a bunch of cheats to have a bunch of money and no needs and stuff like that, so that they can write a Sim story instead of playing the actual game. Like closing the game if you die. Okay, so does closing the game prevent you from dying? And that gives you some more time or something? That's interesting. That's okay. So long as you're having fun, right? I find that games are all about fun. If the only time that really changes is if you're trying to follow a rule set, or you know, you're trying to do something that's somewhat competitive. That's when the gaming sort of set stuff changes. But that said, it doesn't really matter. Like if you want to do, like, you know, it's like go back to your previous save and start from there, and or if you have backups and stuff, I mean, that's fine. It's one of those things that's okay. But yeah, like, you know, it's fine to do that kind of stuff. It's like going to your previous save and continuing on, and because you made a mistake or whatever, and learning from that and getting gradually better at the game that way. In Zomboid, you can do that through persisting saves or making backups. But well, it depends on what style of play you're doing, right? Quite a lot of Zomboid players will play permadeath, and sometimes they'll play hardcore permadeath where if they die, their whole world is deleted. A lot of people like to do that because they get to see the TV shows and stuff again. But the reason why I like doing it is because it gives me another story to write, something that's different. But yeah, it's fine in my mind. Also, if you need to, raid and have a bit of rest, and feel free, you, you can always hang out too, whichever is preferred. Because I know that, sometimes when I raid, I remember that I have human needs. And then I'm like, oh yeah, gotta go get food. Food would be a good idea, most of the time. Okay, I need to harvest these. And so do this really quick, just so that pretty close to an electronic store because it's got bars and windows and I'm surrounded by slimes. That doesn't sound good. That sounds difficult. But I'm sure you'll figure a way out of it. You've got the clever pumpkin brain. I'm gonna run back over here. Yeah. And sometimes it's about finding that proper angle to approach, right? And then also thinking a bit outside the box. I find that happens a lot in games like Fallout and stuff like that, where you can kind of decide to do something completely different and off the rails. And sometimes the game rewards you with special dialogue options for those kinds of things. Because the game, like, they're like, wow, okay, yeah. They thought about that. Because the devs, too, thought about it. Just throw these things in there. The reason why you see me tearing up some of the clothes and not all of the clothes is because some of the clothes are, you can use them to get more XP than what they show. So, like, specifically certain pairs of jeans, certain dresses, long socks technically, there's a couple of things that you can kind of get extra XP for. They don't have eyesight, but they can smell you. Yeah, it seems like there probably is something that leans them in your direction more than likely, right? Lots of games have things like that. Also, there's a lot of things in games that lean towards the player actually winning, too. A good example would be a game like Dark Souls, right? Um, while it seems like that game is really, really tough, which it is, I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just saying that in Dark Souls, there is extra HP when you get low, like little when you are really low, and that happens in a lot of different games. So that, when you get out by the sort of like the barely alive, that's by design. Some games are like that to give the player that feeling, that feeling that you made it to the end and you just barely got through it, right? But it's through there's a lot of mechanics like that exists in games that give to that so that they can offer the best experience. Like the last 25% of HP being worth more, or stuff like that. It's the feel good, yeah. It is a good feeling, isn't it? That you made it through. Right now I'm just piling up all my clothing loot because we're training tailoring at the moment, and in order to I envisioned a long time ago for Higgins to have his own clothes that he made, like he made himself. But doing that actually is more difficult than it's not an easy thing to just put your own clothes together in this. Like there's a lot of effort that goes into it, especially when you don't have the added benefits of experience due to the books. We took sewer this time though, didn't we? No, we didn't. Okay, so I don't actually have a bonus. Taking sewer would have been so good in order to help out on that XP front. That's okay. Hindsight's 20/20 and all that. Yeah, there's lots of hoops, but that's can be good, but it also can be bad, right? Like it works both ways in the system. It can either make your player feel like there's ways to succeed, or it can make your player feel like it's tedious. There's too much. There's too much effort that goes into certain things, right? Zone has some of that. Some of those are intentional. Some of it is not intentional, I don't think. I'd have to. It's one of those things where you'd really have to ask one of the devs to know because a good example of unintentional, at least in my mind, is the way that aiming XP works. I think that the way that aiming XP is an accidental double dip on the formula, and that it's not actually really been looked at in a very long time. So, at least that's how I kind of see it. Because if you think about how useful guns are on their own anyways, it just doesn't quite make sense that they're set up the way that they are. You haven't touched it? You should, like, well, go into build 42 with, that, with the feeling that it's not ready yet. That's how I would put it. It isn't ready. It's unstable and there's a lot of problems, but there's a lot of good things as well. Some of the good things, I actually really like muscle strain and I like the crafting and that things are being improved on. There's certain things though that I'm less I'm not as keen on. Which would be things like the caloric system's not in a good place right now, or the um, go. Just need to put these away. Here we are, or some of the crafting is not like, it doesn't make sense is the best way that I can put it. It's not like, if you were to look right now at trying to level trapping from zero, with like it's not really possible. It's not impossible, but it's not really possible either. Because if you don't take a point in trapping, to level trapping, you need the hunting, like a hunting magazine, or you need to forage traps or go grab the place traps that are around the map. Now, if you're unlucky, the place traps will break and then you won't have any place traps anymore. Now, there's only about, I think there's, I don't know if it's 10, but I think there's, there are enough place traps on the map to level to 75 if you were to level to the 75 you need in trapping. If you were to go through the entire map, like comb the map from one side to the other, and let's pretend there's no zombies, so you could just go grab the trap and then start trapping. It's possible maybe to do it, but it's not probable. Like, you're not going to probably do it from zero, which is why a lot of folks will just take the point, but that's not the point, right? That's not, it's that there should be a means to level it from zero. And then if you were to look at the traps right now, do they all come up? This one here requires a recipe, but it can be crafted without, right? Same for this. These are your only two traps that you can craft at level 0. The rest of them require a trapping level. So you have access to these. However, there are some of these around the map and these ones, and you can find, yep, mouse traps exist. But the thing is finding them. Where would you get them? They're lootable, yes, but what if you're playing with low loot? Well, okay, suddenly your trapping capabilities are not very good, right? It becomes very much harder, especially if you're to play something like Rat Race, where they're like. But once again, I don't like comparing things to Rat Race, because Rat Race is it's a challenge run. It's not meant to be something that you compare to. But yeah, you could do mouse traps. You can do the place traps that are around the map. There's a couple of these, a handful of these. I don't know if there's any of these. I think there's some of these, but I don't know. I don't think there's any stick traps. You can also find the magazines with foraging, and you can forage the traps themselves. They are forageable. It's just it's a tall ask, right? You haven't gotten trapping to work since Voted 41. It's because it requires it requires a little bit of knowledge of how it works. You need to be out of the render distance with the traps during a particular time in order for the traps to trigger, but it doesn't count for mouse traps and it doesn't count for bird traps. Bird traps and mouse traps are just roll all the time. So they don't care as much about the player. That said, though, it is better to kind of be away from them. Bird traps roll more frequently, though, which also means that they break more frequently. Yeah, so currently the render distance has been made smaller, and because of that, the player, the distance that the hunting traps need to be is also smaller. It used to be 100 tiles. Now it's 75, approximately 75 tiles. But in the Build 41 wiki was wrong for ages. And now it's roughly 75 tiles away. In order to, and it has to be between the hours of 2100 and 5 a.m. So those are the hunting hours when the traps start activating, based on whatever bait you put in them, and then you have to know which bait is best. Generally crops, but you can also do things like chips and stuff like that. But most of the time you wouldn't want to do that because those are non-perishables. Versus doing something like the yeah. Well, and especially because yeah, the wiki sometimes is wrong. Or it's less wrong now than it used to be because now it pulls directly from the game code. Before it didn't. There were people upkeeping it and sometimes they got their info wrong, which is why you had folks correcting a lot of the time. But yeah, mouse traps aren't bad. It's just they're not as good as, because they also require they require things like peanut butter or to bait for the mice. The best way to level trapping in the early game, if you have 0 trapping, would be getting the hunter mag, getting the stick traps, and doing birds. Birds are the best because you can get worms reliably, and then doing birds until you can then do box traps, and then box traps are the best from there, like box and crate traps. Because and then actually, if you have the angler, which is a fishing magazine that lets you what was it? Because if you can make the cage traps, these are the best traps in the game. Requires level 3 trapping. But yeah, these bunnies over here that I have were created through me trapping. Well, most of them were created through trapping. There's more now than there was, because the bunnies themselves are producing at this point. They are making more bunnies. Let's see, this one has a mother of 3. This is a buck. This is also a buck. Well, yeah, once you get a certain amount of rabbits, you're basically set. Does this game have a malnutrition mechanic? Yes. It has a couple actually, kind of. So the way that the weight works is actually based on calories. So if your character, first off, you have hunger. Hunger is separate. This is a separate the Moodle is separate. So the Moodle goes from 1 to 100, right? Or from 0 to 100. If it drops down to 0, you'll start losing health and eventually die of starvation. That's the first part. The second part is that there is actually, it's a double system. There's another system that exists, and then it tracks the calories that you eat. How many calories are you eating? And then if you maintain certain amounts of calories, you will be gaining weight. If you don't eat enough calories, you'll be losing weight, which is indicated by this chevron here, right? Goes up or goes down. Or sometimes there's no chevron, which means that you're maintaining your body weight currently, right? This number, if it goes too high, nothing happens. You become obese, and your character actually, there's a lot of negative effects that happens when you're obese, but you can't overeat yourself to death in Zomboid. It doesn't it doesn't happen. Technically, the obese and the overweight traits do affect your character, and they can indirectly cause your death by you like tripping and stuff, but that's not what kills you. It'll be whatever, if you fall when you're overweight, you take more damage. Anyways, if you go underweight, it also has negative effects to you, but there is actually one more tier of underweight that exists. So it goes from underweight to very underweight to emaciated. And then once you're emaciated, well, if you drop any further, which you would be weighing 35 at that point, if you weigh 35 and you drop a little lower, well, you'll start taking damage until you die of caloric loss, which is, malnutrition. So there's two ways to die of starvation in Zomboid. One through not eating, and one through caloric loss. The calorie system is the game that actually matters. The hunger value, this one, is your character's want to eat, which it's absurd a little bit to me that your want to eat can kill you. You're hungry. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry that I want to eat that it starts killing you. It's a little weird. But I think it's because it's a double system. Same for dehydration works a little bit differently. This one's it's the same as hunger and applies to thirst. So you just need to drink water, and it drains a lot more rapidly than it used to. You actually need to maintain quite a lot more water. Now that I pointed it out, it's kind of hilarious. I mean, kind of. Like, when you think about it, the system's weird. Because your hunger value doesn't matter at all. Like, this one doesn't matter. You can eat anything. You can eat bugs if you want to. And actually, it's really sad that bugs right now are better than fishing. Because in the last update, they changed some of the fishing values to require you to be higher level fishing to catch fish that matter in calorically, right? Because now their hunger values are low, but that doesn't matter. Once again, I said that, like before, the hunger system is one of those systems that the hunger value doesn't matter. It's the calories, right? Currently, if you eat the bait, that you actually get more value out of than catching fish. So hopefully that does get fixed. It's mentioned that they're gonna fix it already, but currently fishing isn't worth its time at the moment. Before it was actually one of the best ways to weight gain. It rivaled butter. Now it doesn't. Currently, the butter is the best. There is nothing that beats being a butter baron in Project Zomboid Build 42 currently. And by being a butter baron, I mean it means that you're going to be eating sticks of butter nonstop outside of when you want to lose weight. Rabbits is secondary. So rabbits is slightly less good than eating butter. Once you have enough rabbits, though, it can rival it. It's just it takes a little bit of build-up to get to that point, right? And I suppose you could make the argument, well, it takes a little bit of build-up to make the milk that you need in order to become a butter baron. But, not really. One cow can easily probably supply tons and tons of butter. It's just once it gets to its milking season. And that's it. It will become ridiculous. Even sheep are crazy when it comes to that. I got a prime cut though. Prime cut's good. You were thinking scurvy and fat starvation. So lipids or fats do exist in the game. But that's how you get your second chevron. So there's actually, to gain weight, there's a way to get your second chevron. So it's essentially it's to gain more weight faster. There's two ways to get the chevron double arrow up, and that is through fats and lipids or fats, or carbohydrates. So but the values of those are kind of hard to maintain because they go between negative 500 and 1,000, and you have to get them above a certain threshold in order for them to start mattering for your second chevron, while simultaneously maintaining the caloric values of your first chevron, because the first chevron is the one that matters. The second chevron is one that's kind of a bonus. It's extra weight. But that's how that works. And then protein doesn't matter at all for weight gain. Protein is only really matters for an XP bonus, and it's kind of weird how it works. Protein, you need more than 50, positive 50, to positive 300. But if you go over 300, well, you don't get the bonus anymore, which it's really, really easy to go over 300. Because all of the high density caloric foods are fairly protein rich. So you'll probably, outside of butter and, vegetable oils and stuff like that, but all of like the meats, like good fish, like if you manage to catch the bigger fish, and rabbits and stuff like that, they will cap out you'll have 1,000 protein and not be getting the bonus until you're doing your weight loss, which is why during the back end of your weight loss you'll notice a jump in fitness and strength XP, is because while you're losing weight gradually, you'll gain a lot back because your protein will have dropped by a considerable amount, and it'll probably be within that 550 to 300 range. Once again, all these numbers will probably mean very little unless you could maybe see it, but it's essentially just ranges of things that you need to stay between. And you can get a general idea just by this little image here. So if down means that you don't have enough calories, up means that you have, enough calories, and then double up means that you've hit 2 of your caloric importance, so like calories, carbs, and lipids. But yeah, no scurvy in this game yet, although maybe they'll add more disease at some point. There is the standard cold, which is very interesting the way that it works. In Project Zomboid, there is no sorry, sneezed. In Project Zomboid, there is no in between for a cold. If you start to catch a cold, you're gonna have a nasty cold. There is no in between. It's nasty cold or no cold. The way you catch a cold is by being cold and then not having your moodles sorted. So if you're hungry and you're thirsty and you're out in the cold, your character gets cold, you're gonna catch a cold. It increases in chance based on how cold you are. Okay. And colds, they're not lethal, but what they do is they make your character cough and sneeze, which draws in the zombies in the area. It's kind of like a soft version of a shout. It's a little bit less loud than a shout, but basically that's essentially what it does, is your character starts creating and like making noise like a shout. They improved tissues though. Tissues are way better than they've ever been in terms of in build 41. In build 41, a tissue would last like 4 sneezes. Your character would be like immediately losing that tissue right away. But now they last they can last a whole night. Like one tissue lasts all night for your cold. So you can actually get to sleep. Megan, stop breaking the branches. But yeah, there are... Go. Losing a cold is easy too. It's the way that you lose a cold is you just need to successfully checkbox a couple of things. Make sure that your character is sated. No hunger, no thirst. So make sure that you have like a water bottle on you and that you ate a good meal. So your character ends up being, you know, you could, if you can get the stuffed moodle, that's great. That helps out huge. Then what you need to do is you need to heat your character up. Fun fact about your character is if you're tired or if you're tired, hungry, your character increases their how cold they are, and if they're standing still. So what you want to do is you want to be moving around, you want to be full, and you want to be rested. Now, obviously, if you're sneezing and coughing all the time, you're going to have a hard time getting to sleep, right? Because there may be zombies bothering you. And maybe fighting them is causing your character to have some issues. Yeah. But, all right. The trick to losing a cold, also you need to be indoors. You like if you put 1 foot outside while you still have even a fraction of your cold, you will immediately go back to nasty cold. Because all it is it's just there's 2 states of a cold. Nasty and none. So the trick is to be inside, sated, warm. So if you feel like, especially for CDDA early on, like there's a very bad day mode in Zomboid where you start with a cold. To lose the cold, you need to be in an indoor area. You need to make sure you're moving around because it's winter. It's going to be cold, so you make sure your character's moving around, is wearing clothes that are fairly decent, and and then go from there. You'll be able to lose the cold. Just make sure to stay inside an extra hour or so afterwards, because even while the cold noodle's not there, it's still technically you're still sick for a little bit longer. So it's I usually will stay inside for at least 2 hours after the cold is gone. Hi, by the way, Scrubbly. Thank you very much for the raid. Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having a pretty good day. I'm making some progress in the rat race stuff. And then I got into tangent on how to lose the cold, and you know how it is, I'm sure. Been playing quite a bit. You're playing CDDA last time I looked. Is your CDDA run going good? You got visited by a frog. I'm jealous. I want to get visited by a frog. The chess. You guys don't know Scrubbly. Scrubbly's great. Plays a lot of variety. Does a lot of. It says you've been playing GTA lately. Did I see you playing that? I might have. But I know that you've been playing CDDA. But yes. Do my little intro thing, and then we'll carry on with the rat race. There's a clip? I'm gonna watch the I'm gonna watch the clip. I will go watch the clip. Those kinds of things make me smile. I get sent frogs all the time, and it's awesome. First couple of sticks of butter and you're regaining weight? Fair. I'm managing because I made a bunny farm. Hey, Kurumi, you know where you are. Not a secret. You want a link to the clip? Sure, you can DM it to me. I'll watch the clip. I don't know if I'm sure we've messaged each other before. But in case here, so this is Robotnik from Sonic. I'm sure we've talked. Hey, it's Emma. Hi, Emma. Emma, I'm getting sent a frog clip. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna send it to Emma too. There's the frog. Oh, there's the frog. I'm sorry. Sorry, I'm looking at frogs. Give me a second. Can you guys see this one? I don't know if you can see this one. Will it show? Maybe it's on other. Look. Right here. There's a frog. Look, do you see the frog? I'm gonna send it to Emma. Look, Emma, frog. It's so small. Yeah, it is. It's really little itty bitty frog. That's super cute. I'm happy. That's happy. Happiness right there. Yeah, it's adorable, isn't it? I can post the clip here as well if anybody else wants to see it. Yeah, it's neat, isn't it? Super cute. More frogs in the world. I gotta run over and prepare a bit more clothing before the day ends. Because my goal right now is to get to level 4 tailoring, so that I can make some of the clothes that I want. There we go. Yeah, hopefully your stream was good. And if you need to read and get some rest, I understand. Food is a requirement. Let's get going. It's like one of my favorite things is that so many people send me frogs and then I get to share them with Emma and we both kind of are smiling about it. It makes our days better. It snuck inside. It probably seen a bug somewhere because there's lots of insects that exist in the world, and it probably was doing you a service by eating said bug, and then it's like hanging out now. Did you release it back, or are you gonna keep it for? Probably you're gonna re-release it, or maybe you'll keep it. I don't know. And then you can feed it bugs and stuff. You do what you think is best. You ate it? I don't believe. You just threw it outside? That seems good. You wish a cute frog would sneak into your house? It'd be very difficult for it to get to where you live, Emma. I'd be concerned if it made it all the way there. That said, though, I know you have windows, but there is absolutely no way a frog jumps that high. And if it does somehow manage to get up that high, like, I mean, it would be a shock. They can climb. It's true, but when they climb, sometimes they fall. And they're quite resilient, but at the same time, I wouldn't want them to fall. Not a good thing. They are quite resilient, though. Especially from that height. Okay, dirty denim. Eight watches, 3 buckles, and a radio receiver. It's weird having the good forge and stuff nearby. Gotta get used to it. Weight gain. I learned something about the motorcycle helmet recently, and that is that you can put spikes in, which is interesting. Spike large armor. But look how much stuff you need just to put spikes on the motorcycle helmet. You need small leather, you need thread. But I have a fair amount of small leather now. I would go on a limb and say that I almost have an infinite supply. Because the raccoons have been producing. So I have, 13 that's been processed. And then over here we have 3 that are furred, and 4 that is crude that I haven't processed yet. And they just keep making more. So I don't think do I need carrot seeds? No. Potato seeds? No. Radish? Yes. Because I'm trying to save up 100 of each seed at the moment. So we don't need carrot seeds, and we don't need potato seeds. Before we continue with that, I am going to run over to the crops and have a quick peek at them. Because I am successfully growing crops. We've only had one of them die so far. Kind of successfully. I mean, I'm here. I might as well. The reason why I'm growing the lemongrass is because lemongrass helps crops as well. So it'll keep them better. It'll protect them a little bit. Not by a lot, but every little bit helps when you're doing the rat race. With which I should go and grab the compost, and we should compost all of those as well. Which I should do. The thing is, and this is something that's going to happen, is I'm just going to be, I'm growing it essentially just to watch most of those cabbages go to waste. Because I won't be able to consume them at a decent enough amount. And because they only have specific growth times, putting them in, spacing them out doesn't work. At least not right away. It would work for a little bit, like for the first couple, like for like a month or so, like if you did 3 days, then 3 days, and 3 days, or something like that. But the extra effort that goes into that is not worth it. At least not in this case. Hello. Especially because of the shark emote. That's really cute. And there we go. And there we go. Okay, so that's a little bit of compost done. That compost took four months in game to make. And I get to use it on one thing of crops. It's like, okay. Normally it only takes 2 weeks though, in default. The rat race is super challenging in a lot of ways, and farming is one of them. I'm really looking forward to greenhouses, if greenhouses become a thing, because it'd be so nice. Okay, I need another crucible is what I need, so I need a lighter, which... Well, if I'm gonna go and stay back there... Well, I'm not gonna stay there, but... Oh, well, what are you guys doing over here? Cool, free can opener. Why are there so many over here? Definitely more than none, that's for sure. Rip all these. The secondary. Grab a backpack. Hi. Happy 2 years, by the way. I like how the text gets like all stretched. It's so weird. Okay, so 2 years, yeah. Uh, it is good. Not what I'm looking for. Although, just to get it out of the way. There we go. So by putting one regular rag on one of these, you fix them, and then they give you more, right? Because specifically for these ones, the recipe will give you back a little bit of extra. So you're trading a little bit of thread for some XP. It's not much XP. It's like a very small amount, but you do that very small amount 15 times, it goes from being, it's 0.2 to being worth 2 XP overall. So it ends up being fairly good. Now we can go like this. And that's another 0.2 per, right? Making a bunch of shorts. Oh, these are the other kind. These are the, so trousers, mesh, underscore, denim, light don't count. Now when I rip all these up, they're clean. They count as clean denim. Rip up. And they also netted me a little bit of XP. Oh, scared the life out of me. Did you just hiss at me? Rude. I appreciate that kind of behavior. I'll turn you into a midnight snack. Dirty denim. He just snorted? No, he definitely hissed. That's not cruel. I need it for survival. I'm gonna starve. There must not be much there. Okay. I wish consolidate all worked. At least it doesn't delete the thread anymore. What I mean by I wish that it worked is if I'd click consolidate all, before what used to happen is it would consolidate all of these into the larger, like, you know, make one full spool, right? Now it doesn't do that anymore. This is interesting. Wait, if I... Looks like it's supposed to be a colored sack. There we go. Oh, actually, wait a second. Just quickly get rid of these because they're causing extra inventories to be on the ground. 77 thread. So combining with the thread that I already had and the thread that's on the ground, we have 95 thread. The reason why it errored right there is because I tried to open the or close the door at the same time as I was still finishing my eating animation. So the game followed it through, like did the action, but caused an issue. I would bet. It was like, nope, don't like that. Don't do that. So I'm pretty sure. Let's find out. I'm gonna try it again. Nope. Seems fine. Maybe I caught the end of it. Let's find out. Nope. Seems fine. I don't like opening the doors of E though. I like clicking them open. So we need 750 XP now in order to get to level 4. Which reminds me, I should actually look at what is available now that we're level 3. But I'm pretty sure that this is still probably the best method. And now that we're level 3, though, we have access to... I can sew myself a pair of leather gloves. So I'm gonna do that. We can make spiky soft armor if we have access to football pads, which... Wait, leather forearms. Requires the recipe. These all require recipes. I can make a simple leather backpack. I want to see what that's like. Oh, no, I can't. Requires medium leather. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty good, Barry. How are you doing? Are you having a good day? I have a lot of bones. I wonder if I could make... How much this stuff would cost. Making one batch of the bone armor, though, I'd just make one. I wouldn't... Apparently I have the ability to do tarp backpack and fanny pack. I mean, I might as well look at these, right? I have the extra leather, so why not? 4 bone beads. Oh, these... I thought they required the bigger bones to make. Okay, now I just need leather strips, which I don't even need to dip into the actual leather for. I've collected enough leather here that... That's worth 2 levels of... These have fairly high vision impairedness. Oh, but it replaces my glasses, so I can't wear this. Ooh, leather gloves are great. What does this look like anyways? Research. Sew leather neck guard. Okay, so it taught me that. Okay, just out of curiosity, let's check our protection. Our head doesn't have very good protection, but we're relatively well protected in most places. We could fix that by having a construction helmet on or something like that. Wear those right now. And how many pairs of leather gloves could I make? Because those aren't too bad. The fact that it costs sinew or aramid is not good. That's expensive. Yeah, the cheaper option is still better. One sec though. This costs bone fragments. Does this also cost thread? No, it costs swine, but this is worth how much? I can make 2 right now is what it says. Probably because of the thread costs, right? If I make 6 twine right now, out of the remaining dog bane that's here. Still only 2. Why? There are not many. Yeah, so let's go grab all the bones. Now we can make 7 of them. That was worth 14 XP. Cost me quite a bit of bones. But those bones, they're just sitting around anyways. Oh, honesty. This costs more time. But I only need to do 600 more and then we'll be able to move on to the next step, which will be having access to all the level 4 tailoring things. I probably won't touch tailoring again for a while after this. It's definitely not the easiest thing to level at the moment. It takes a lot of time. And because they've nerfed the patches, because doing patches before was what you would do. And it's something that I'm not keen on. Because patches were still decent, but no, they're not as much, right? Actually, I haven't really checked. Probably should. The thing about patches, though, is you had a chance to lose the rag while you were doing patches, as well as it costs thread. So it costs both thread and rags, which were both produced by zombies. But also, the amount of rags has been reduced as well. It's like double reduction. Because now you only get one. It's like... No. Or maybe it's based on tailoring. I need to rip more clothes. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. Back to grinding. Nope. I'm looking for this one. Might as well just turn all this to regular wire, because I'm not going to use it as barbed wire. At least not right away. If I want barbed wire in the future, though, I will find more. It should be... We're at 101. 649 more XP to go. Like that. Perfect. We'll check on the crops again. Okay, perfect. We've watered all the crops. How's my weight doing? Oh, we actually need to go and maybe fight a bit. Lose some weight. And it's upstairs. Yeah, we'll go and we'll go fight for a bit. Yep. I'm gonna be going right back out, so it's like locking that door wasn't a necessity. It's better to have that muscle memory built in though, than to not always lock the door behind myself. Never have to worry about things coming in behind me. Ribbit. Hello. That's good enough. Yeah, we're gonna have a little bit of uncomfortableness because we're wearing armor right now. We've got hand, neck, and torso armor equipped. So But I plan to fight, so it's good to have those things equipped. It'll come off before it really causes me a major problem anyways, I think. Yeah.
Hey! Hey!
Those are some nice clothes. I feel bad about stabbing him. There's 2 butter knives in this pile. I probably should grab that then. There we go. Ooh, free. Look at these beautiful, beautiful jeans, beautiful socks. We ruined your music t-shirt and I'm kind of feeling a little bad about that. Brand new boots. This is why I stopped. Back off now. Oh, that's just basically going to be broken. There we go. Yes. We're maxed out 7. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I ruined your day because I went out and fought and then we looted. Which sucks. It should be losing weight now. Combine that with a nice mushroom dinner. Alright, you're gonna have a lovely mushroom dinner and you're gonna be happy about it. Get one more type of mushrooms. Oh, that does. That works. One, two. Oh, these are all full. Nice. We gotta do this later. Doing it now is not good. We'll go have a sleep. Wake up. We'll do it in the morning. It's gonna take in-game hours to do that, and it's gonna ruin my sleep schedule. This is all tainted water. So why store so much of it? Because then I have water at quick access here. If I need it to boil. and tongs, which means I need the other bag. I should make an extra thing of tongs. So, now I just need a bundle of wire. And we just crafted a metal bucket, which is a lot more like difficult than it sounds. So I finally have a metal bucket that I made myself. I think there's some metal buckets around that maybe, but the reason why this is good is because the metal bucket can hold 10 liters. So if I put, is it 9 liters in here? How heavy are you? You weigh exactly an encumbrance of 10. Okay, so it has 9 liters and weighs exactly 10, which is actually just a little bit too much. So I need to transfer a little bit of it back. There. Now it weighs 9-ish. Now if I boil this and all the other water, we'll be able to start building up water buildup in this amphora. I should make 2 more tongs, one for each of the other things so that I don't actually need the tongs in my bag, but we'll let that boil for a bit. It's another steel bucket if I want it to be. There, water's sorted for like a little while now. I don't want these on the ground because they will fill up with a lot of water and it won't be good. There we go. These I don't mind filling up though. Let's go get a meal and then we'll go and do some more tailoring. Pick. Sure. Good enough. Don't need much more than that. Hey, I forgot the. There we go. Mm. I just sworn you could take this thing apart. We're 109 so far. Hello, I'm doing okay. How are you doing? Heat storms, but all good. I it's like really hot then, I would guess. It's not very hot where I live, comparatively to a lot of other places. I just realized today is Thursday, isn't it? Now. Well, I mean, it's Thursday now. It's Thursday, beginning of today, too, when I started stuff. But maybe it's always Wednesday in my world. I thought it was Wednesday all day today. That seems to happen to me a lot when I think all day, one day, that it's another day. I think Friday, Saturday a lot of the time. Yeah, it just happens. I wonder why that happens. Just suddenly you lose track of the day and it all that day feels like another day. Or it's just weird. I'm gonna just today's Wednesday. I know it's Thursday, but it's Wednesday, okay? We just can pretend it's Wednesday. It's forever Wednesday. Tomorrow we'll check on the crops, check on the rabbits, and then... We'll do the crops first. And then we'll go check on the rabbits. They're doing somewhat okay, I think. Wait, what harvest? Ready to harvest lemongrass. I almost leveled up one level in farming just now. And we harvested 48 lemongrass. Fun fact about lemongrass is it doesn't go bad. Because it can't. It is it's a poison cure. So it can't rot. There is no... It wouldn't make sense if it did. Because it cures poison. So... It just is less potent when it's not fresh. So, and it's not by much. It's when it's fresh, it's -13. When it's not, it's -9 on the how much food sickness it cures. That actually could make the difference, maybe, if you were... But usually it wouldn't. Because if you're poisoned... because lemongrass has a cooldown, so you can only eat one piece of lemongrass every 2 in-game hours. And generally speaking, if you've ingested something that is has a decent amount of poison in it, that thing will have killed you within the 2 hours before you can take the next piece of lemongrass. Hello, rabbits. That's crazy, though. So lemongrass is the way to go. Plant that lemongrass. It is. Oops. Sorry, I didn't mean to pick you up. Um, we're up to 41 rabbits now. Remember, I killed one recently. We're gonna have to kill a few though. We need to keep populations in check. Does not count as a weapon. Totally does. Do one more. That'll be 39 rabbits still there. Okay. Not a whole lot, but it's better than none. Got one average flank and 4 smaller ones. More than enough to sustain for right now. And there's 39 rabbits there now. We have Vintage Story later today, which for those that are interested in Vintage Story stuff, it's Rhett server, so which is kind of cool. Well, sort of. It's Mr. Nice Gamer server, but Rhett is kind of come up with a lot of the stuff, and it's really cool. Roleplay. Should be enough to scale back my weight. Yep, there we go. Saved. In a zombie apocalypse? I mean, we got rabbits. Of course, they're Higgins rabbits, not mine. But yeah, no, Higgins got rabbits. I'm just gonna get rid of these bone shards really quick. There's 30 of them, each one 35, roughly a few hundred XP. Just gonna get rid of them and then throw the hooks in the laundry bag so that I can put them with the fishing stuff. Actually, do we have enough hooks that it'll let me put them in a fishing thingy? That'd be cool if I could make little fishing boxes. Yeah, it's just to get rid of one more item that's around this little pile. Maybe it'll let me. No, it has to be the metal hooks in order to make a fishing box. That's unfortunate. Oh well. Five pieces of bone can go back to the bone pile. No, we won't be able to complete that. These on the ground. These on the ground. This can go there. Okay, and there we go. Let's go to bed. Dum, 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 dum. 14 things of thread left, which means I can do one full cycle of 13. This will be nearly 600 XP away. Go rip all these, throw them on the ground, and then we've got to go and I need more rip sheets, so let's go get some rip sheets. I think that's everything. Seems like it. Alright. So how much do we get? roughly 26 in weight. Fair amount, I would say. Yeah, a little bit. So I can bring this back with me. Definitely not as much as it used to give, but... Well, that reminds me, I need to check the, how much do patches do? Because I just remember that it got nerfed. I don't remember if it was... Because right now, for one thread, I can get, 0.7 is the best that I've seen. It may not be the best. Mhm. Let's fix your hair. There you go. Back to normal. Um, now we go clean the laundry. Ooh, those are getting close. Technically, they're harvestable. You know what? Whoa, zombie. Are you coming to celebrate my victory on farming? Yeah, I know, it's crazy, isn't it? We got some farm goods. Okay, we got 9 cabbages out of that as well, which is not bad. Unfortunately, they'll go bad within like 2 days. So like not tomorrow, but like really quick. So the plan is to eat them. That's good for tomorrow. And this can go here. Oh, is it a full moon? No, but close. Definitely a cloudless sky. Oh, we 6, 7, 8. Oh, we broke the needle. To craft another needle, I need level 6 metalworking? I'll rip up these 4 bags, and then I'm going to make a bunch of bone needles. Because I know I can make them. Yeah, we got like lots of bones still. And even if we don't hear, there's plenty back at that other area. As well as, I haven't even been back to Dixie, the Spiffos, McCoy Estates, or the cabin in forever. So there's so many places that we could go to collect resources for that if I desperately needed it, that we'd be fine. Do the bone needles not have durability? They added durability for the metal needle, but the bone needle lost its durability? When? When did that happen? Making the metal needles now inferior to the bone needle. At least currently. It's gotta have been an oversight. At least I think it's missing its durability. It doesn't seem to have a condition bar. Maybe that just breaks randomly over time, and I just got lucky. Oh yeah, I was gonna check this, so I should check it now. I'll do it with this. Inspect. Yeah, it's 0.28, so it's not as good to use the patch method as it is to use the method that I currently have going. Unless... Maybe time spent converting into thread. But I'd still need thread at the end, so the thread portion needs to be done either way. Yeah, no, this is still pretty much the best method, I think. Unless... because this now costs 4. And you can't do it with rip cheats anymore? No, you can. You just don't unblock anything that's of significant value in this, as far as I can see. Apparently I have the advanced pack frame recipe, but I don't have the regular one. Oh, large. And I can't make any of these because they require large leather. And I have small leather and lots of it, but I can't stitch the leather together. Make hide pants. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but this is the method that is required to be used. At least as far as I can see. I don't see any other means of training tailoring. And if you had to do this on a multiplayer server, my goodness. It's way worse. Way worse than Build 41 ever was. And that's not real. Like, I'm not even considering the rat race reductions. Although, like, I mean, they do make it a little bit harder. It's not going to be by enough of a margin. I wonder if you have the books, but no, because the first two books are never really that good for XP. It's a ×3 multiplier and a ×5 multiplier, I think. Might be ×6, but I think it's ×5. I don't remember. I just know that the end recipes are the end books are the best ones. Because those ones are like ×12 and ×16 for their XP multipliers. So they significantly reduce the number from being in the like a large number to yeah, so it is 3-5. I figured. I don't know why I'm second guessing myself. I guess it's because it's it's unstable and things could change on a dime, so I don't trust, you know? But my point still stands that it's actually really funny if you think about it, because the 8 to 9 grind is actually requires more XP than the 9 to 10 grind with the book. Like, so with the books, because this is a ×16 multiplier on this particular level, and this is a ×12, it actually takes more time to complete the 8 to 9 grind than the 9 to 10 grind. Or sorry, the other way around, the 8 to 9. So the 7 to 8 versus the 8 to 9. These two are it's just weird in that way. I also did the math on electrical at one point in time to see exactly how many watches, but that goes out the window, especially time-wise, because now it takes like way longer to take apart a single watch. So multiply that by times the time it takes to level, and seeing electrical 10 is going to be not impossible, but very difficult, especially without the books. Doesn't give XP for dismantling. So that's not entirely true. Certain things it still gives XP for. Dismantling cars for welding, it does. But yeah, it's there's still some things that you get XP for. Watches. The reason why they did that to carpentry was because they wanted to prevent locust behavior. That is the big thing that they want to kind of move away from, is that half the houses in the in multiplayer servers turned into husks because players would just fan out and steal all the resources, take apart all the beds, rip apart all of the TVs, and that sort of thing. So TVs are still better XP than the watches, but watches are infinite, so yeah, logging into Rosewood and there not being any furniture anywhere. Yeah, exactly. Except for the fire station, it had all its furniture. Why? Because it was it was the community base. That's why. Oh, good old fire station. Funny. Fun fact: I've never based in the Rosewood fire station. I've made it an outpost that I slept in, but I've never based there. I've never stored loot there. But it is a lot of people's favorite first sort of start, because in Rosewood it's a good place to be. It's solid. It's got a lot of good things going for it, and a lot of good things that players may not realize going for it as well. Just because it's placement. It's not just great for noobs, but it's great for veterans too because of its placement. See, the Rosewood Fire Station is on the edge of a cell as well. So it's got 3 fences all the way around. It's just a good location. Its location is prime, and it's good. There's a lot to it, right? Even when you start digging into it a little bit more, it still doesn't have a good water source, which is why, in my opinion, if you're gonna go base in Rosewood, base down here. This is a really good gas station. This may take a little bit to clear out, but it's worth it because you get the lake. And unfortunately, fishing's not great right now, but they'll fix it, and then all you need to do is there you go. That's if you're doing Rosewood. Um, Echo Creek still has its wonderful cabin, and then I mean you could just base in Neil's farm. It wouldn't be bad to base there, but you could literally base anywhere along here. My very first Echo Creek kind of area that I was comfortable in was over here. I based there. Um, but that said, you, like I said, you can base pretty much anywhere. There's some folks that really like this area here. Schubert's is amazing. If you don't know where Schubert's is, it's right here. This is Schubert's estate, specifically this. But then it's got this cool little getaway cabin that's got this wonderful lake and dock and everything. Schubert's is awesome. Um, you know, Riverside, living along the river is always nice. There's tons of houses along the river here that you can choose to live in. For my Z-Bay playthrough, I lived in this house mostly, but eventually I pushed back against Riverside, and we were living in the Riverside junkyard. I turned it into a base, and it was pretty nice. I liked it. Um, there's quite a lot of places you can go. Muldra, like you've got there's a lake down there. There's these 3 lakes over here. Or you could just the way that I'm doing my playthrough right now is not bad at all either. There's a lot of give. All right, what was I up to? Oh yeah, more tailoring. So once I'm done turning this stuff into thread, I'm going to go grab a bunch of the lemongrass seeds and we're going to plant it. Because I'm sure that we can get at least a couple more lemongrass before the it runs out of time. Maybe I'll leave that actually. I only have 8 of them for now. Maybe play. Well, it's almost ready for harvest. I can hope that it gives us some stuff. Harvest you now. Yeah, we'll come back, maybe check on things tomorrow. Oh no, don't rip that. What are you doing? Crap. Thread. Yeah, those are worth like 1 full XP. Oh, we're at 200. That means we only need one, what is it, 550 to go. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to sanely finish tailoring, I don't think, unless I get the books. And even if I get the books, it's going to be a very slow process. Because this is just this. There's still another 6 levels to go after we hit level 4. And each one has got even more XP required to it. And I don't foresee there being any other method other than this. Unless, well, maybe having a loom would change that fact. I have a simple loom, but we have access to the other loom as well. I wonder if the looms have better tailoring recipes. I don't think they do, though. I think they're just twine and cheesecloth and... Let's go have a look. Because I have a loom. Like, I could see if it's possible. So this costs 20, and this one costs 100 to weave cotton fabric. You can see it looming in the distance, can you? So let's see. If I spend the 100 thread requirement, because it's not 100 thread, it's 100. It's one thread spool, which is 10 ripped rags, essentially, I think. So if I spend the 10 rags to get one fabric, is there anything that I can make with a single thing of fabric? Let's see. So these all can be fabric, right? Yeah, fabric roll. You can make a sheet out of one use of a fabric roll. Let's try it. How many thread do I have on the ground still? Let's just tear this stuff up really quick, just so that it's not in the way. Because I know I have more than that for thread right now, so might as well experiment and see if this is better. Because if it is better, then making a loom is more than... Like, it's already worth it, kind of, because the loom allows you to make, like, burlap. Okay. It says I can't weave because I don't have the item requirement. Oh, so it's, wait, they're 5% each, not 10%. So to make one spool isn't enough. It's 20 spools, or 20 rags to make one. Okay, there we go. We got our full spool. That's strange. Oh, wow. It's counting the one thread. One full thread is 20. So it would cost 100. No, what? Because it costs 20 for one, right? So that'd be, well, we times that by 5, and that's 100. So it costs 100 for one. 100. Meanwhile, this is, well, let's see how much this is. Is this worth it? That didn't give me tailoring XP at all. None. 0. Gave me 1 cheesecloth, though. That sucks. Which I already have cheesecloth, so I don't need another one. Yeah, I don't imagine that you can either. Like, it would take forever. Like, you'd be grinding away. There's some of it is if you have access to like I have an access to making leather stuff eventually, and that's gonna lean into giving me tailoring. But the thing is it doesn't help me right now when a lot of it's locked behind level 4 tailoring. Like pretty much all of it is locked behind level 4 tailoring, or it's locked behind slightly larger sets of leather, right? So like in order to do a lot of these other things, you need large leather or medium leather, which implies that you either have cows, sheep, pigs, or that you're hunting. Well, you know, I wouldn't even call it hunting. Or not right now. It's not in a stage where you can really call it that. Cheesing the deer so that they die. Okay, let's see. It sounds delicious. Uh, mm, Essentially what I mean is that the current way that tracking works doesn't work. Like it... No, I lost scissors. Um, the animals can see you regardless of your tracking level, regardless of your stealth level. They have sight through the trees, so there's no sneaking up on them. Um, that's the first problem. Second problem is that they're without boyering, without without having bows and arrows, there's no way to really get the animals. Like, you can make an argument that you could shoot them, but not really. It's not a good argument. They can smell you. No, they just have better sight of the player. It's strange. Even if you're like, it makes the only real way to get them is to pen them in. Like that's how we killed the 2 deer earlier today. Was we penned them in and then we meleeed them. Because there's no real way to catch them other than that. It's by tricking them essentially into being in an enclosure where you can melee them. You need to run them over. It's not. It shouldn't be an option. You know how bad that destroys the vehicle? It's like right now, if you run over even like the bones of a rabbit will destroy your vehicle. Let alone a deer. Plus, it's one of those weird things, right? That's the only way you've seen deer killed so far? I killed 2 today. But I don't like the way that I killed them. It doesn't feel like hunting. It feels like I cheesed them, kind of. I trapped them in a little pen and then I meleeed them. But there's not really a good way to range kill them right now, aside from you can shoot them, but it's not very good for several reasons. One of them is that the shot can miss, which even if you're if you're fairly good aiming, that's the first problem. The second problem is that it makes a loud noise, will both draw in zombies and scare off your prey. There's no silencers in build 42 or build 41 or in Zomboid in general, aside from mods. So you can't like, it's not quiet. They're going to run away. And then, there's supposed to be a bleed out mechanic which exists, maybe, but it doesn't like it doesn't help you because it takes even longer to get the food. And by then you've already burned so many calories that what was the point in doing the hunting? Just to get the leather? That's essentially what it feels like. It turns it into just this, instead of it feeling like that you're hunting, it feels just not good. It should be possible to make deer traps. Yeah, or something like that, right? Or I think, like I said, that something that would solve it is having the ability to do bows and maybe make the bows do not very much damage to the zombies. Or they require special arrows to hurt the zombies, but have like game arrows, that are for hunting. And then also make it so that you're able to sneak up a little bit more on the on the deer, so like that they're not as startled by the player and run off into the distance, because the trees make it hard. Most of the deer are off in the woods and the trees and stuff, and it's difficult already to get them. Like, let alone them running off into the woods where you just aren't going to see them. But that's how I would fix it, is I would, if I were to have a thought process on it, it would be, I'd make it so that melee does less to them. Like, so you can't really melee them anymore, but that it requires bowyering. Like, so I, do bows and arrows. But of course, that takes a lot of effort, right? And then there's a whole coding behind that, and there's like, so I know that it's not an easy feat. I'm not saying that it is. It's just that's a cure. Well, see, that's the thing as well, right? Is that it's a waste of time currently. That's why I would also up the caloric values on all of the meats in the game. All of the meats in the game should have higher calorie values. And yes, that would it would be kind of, it would kind of make the game easier in a way, but it would also reward you for actually doing any of the farm mechanics that exist in the game currently. Currently, it's just not, the time investment lacks at the moment for some of the farming stuff. You put in all the time and then the meals are not very good. Your character is still forced to stand there and fast forward time in order to get things done. And That's not fun gameplay, right? To just stand there and fast forward time. And you can't do that in a multiplayer setting. Imagine a multiplayer setting where you are stuck doing things in real time. That's why they'll be upping the values and stuff. And yes, it's a sandbox game, but I feel like the default mode should be sort of a standard, you know? It should set the tone for the game. If I wasn't able to fast forward ripping up these clothes, you'd have one person that just stays at home and that's all they do. Which, I mean, yes, you could make the argument that with NPCs, you could have an NPC at home that you dump stuff on and that you can be like, okay, you rip clothes, and then off you go to do other things. But it's like, or the alternative, you could have, because if it should be both ways. It should work both ways. Because, at least that's how I kind of see it. Because, like, I mean, what if you're the kind of person that doesn't like to go out looting? You know, you're the person that likes to be stay at home. So you order your NPCs to go out and get stuff, right? And come back for you. The mod that Rhett was using for the for that NPC stuff was interesting. If the NPCs work like that, it's kind of like RimWorld meets Zomboid, which would be kind of neat in a way. Because then you could have like schedules for NPCs and you'd be like, okay, well you go do this or you patrol here and maybe even order them so that if there's more than one zombie that they don't stay kind of thing, like they run away. I don't actually think I can do very much with the buckles at the moment. They're used for armor though, so I'll keep some. What are you doing? Stop that. He's gonna sleep in. Go and clean all these stuff. Yeah, that's true too. Same for fishing though. Not particularly difficult to sit on the shoreline and pull in a fish, depending. There's a reason why fishing is considered a leisure activity. Oh, I didn't know I had more lemongrass here. Hopefully you're having a good day, Tower. I'm having a good day. I'm making progress. I forgot it. I thought it was Wednesday all day today. I genuinely thought it was Wednesday. I'm living in Wednesday forever. I'm glad that I clued in before, you know, before the I'm cheating myself of an entire day. But see, if I didn't realize it was Thursday though, like earlier, I would have went to sleep and then probably missed the of the first portion of what's it called, the RP event. So I'm glad that I didn't, because that would have sucked. I don't want to. I like our little our vintage story RP on Thursdays. It's fun. Can I pick this up? Yes. That sounds fun. Yeah, I'm not gonna miss it. I definitely I clued in it was Thursday a little bit ago. I was like, wait, and then I was like, oh, it's Thursday today. And literally my like because I thought it was Wednesday, and that's why my title says Wednesday. Me being silly. Higgins, quit complaining. You work hard, I understand. We need to water these. Hey, I'm having a good day. It's been good. Progress is solid, although real slow. Like, tailoring is paining to level without a book and without the bonus. I should have taken sewer, and I didn't, because I was like, oh, I don't need that. It'll be fine. No, I really should have taken it, but oh well. It is okay. We will get the XP that we need. It's just painfully slow. Not as bad as reloading, though. Like I said, there's few things in the game that are. That one is... Yeesh. Why does making thread not give XP? Seriously? Gotta be light out in order for you to be able to rip clothes. Can't feel the clothes in your hands and tug real hard. No, you need light for that. It's just like, oh. I'm in pain, so I can't sleep. And there goes the neck pain. Chest pain doesn't matter as much. Hi. I do think I'm getting more rip sheets as time goes on because of tailoring level, but yeah, getting one or two more ripped sheets out of per tear doesn't make it feel worth it to me. Because now, let's make all the thread that I can, which will be roughly about 200 thread, which sounds like a lot, but it actually is only going to give me about, well, here, I can do the math really quick. It's only 140 XP total. So 140 onto my already 239. We'll be sitting at around 370, 380 by the end of this. Like this whole particular exchange. Oh wow, it's actually gonna get dark before we can complete it. We might make it to 400. Nope, go back and lock that. Where is the thread? Do all 57 thread. And then we'll head over to the farm again. info. No point in counting anything. I mean, I could do hops. I don't have hops though. Oh. Okay, lettuce we can plant. And then 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So radishes are still the best for power leveling your farming. Or one of. Didn't really pay attention to it till just now. You're an ass. Look at this guy. Walking all over my crops. Rude. You ruined like 2 of my radishes. Like instantly, he ruined them. Long time no see. Hello. Yeah, okay. Farming's easier than I thought it was gonna be. We can have that level 10 like real quick. There we go. There we go. You keep seeing it? Exclamation point rat race, and there's a little blurb on it, and it explains it. But long story short, it is a challenge mode that is fun for, you know, to try. There's three primary objectives, and that you have to try to accomplish. And on these settings with a rule set, so to make it a little bit more interesting, there's like a little leaderboard for it as well, and which is kind of neat. And there's like two versions of the leaderboard. The leaderboard exists both in active and historical. The historical, we've had approximately 100, I think it was 119 rat racers so far total. And there's 35 to 40 active last I looked. So, and people can come and go as they please from the rat race. The goal is just to give something to strive towards, and they're basically three fairly difficult challenges, all rolled into one, on settings that are pretty tough. Yeah, it's like it's interesting, and everybody kind of has their own method of how they go about it. Um, right now, I've foregone kills mostly to work on skills. So a lot of my skills are starting to reach up like higher ends. Like, I mean, I've got masonry at level 7.5. Napping is nearly level 7. Carving is almost maxed out. And then I'm started to work on tailoring specifically so that I can get tailoring to level 4. The reason being is once tailoring is level 4, you unlock quite a lot of the tailoring recipes. Mostly leather armors and other such things, but the big one that I want to unlock is the raccoon skin cap, so that I can be wearing that instead of this toque. Because I had like how I wanted Higgins to be is much more difficult than I anticipated in terms of total XP values. And being 0 to hero in the initials made it so that basically the first 6 months of Higgins's journey was brutal, because that's just how it is. When you play 0 to hero, usually it's the first couple of months, but because the way build 42 applies muscle strain, it made it worse. So 6 months. You could probably do it faster with the current style now. You could probably get more kills as well because down attacks have been made stronger. Um, I'm going to do a couple of rounds of this before we head back over to the... But that said, there's a lot that's still being worked on. The game, the unstable build is... it's still a work in progress. It's still unstable. Oh. There we go. Okay, it's noon, so we'll head over. Once I'm done ripping apart the burlap, we'll run over to the farm area, have a look at it, harvest some stuff. Be like 3, 2, 8. Can harvest tomorrow. Hello. You'll be working while you're working? That sounds good. Yeah, I underestimated the amount of thread I would get back from the denim as well. So it's still not gonna level us up all the way, but it's more than I thought. And it's still several hundred short. I feel quite vindicated right now that the crops are working out. That's good. Oh, wait, what are you doing? Nice. Okay. There. I'm not doing that. And again, so in the future, here's four buckets total. We'll water all of the crops at once. Leave this behind as well. We'll get us up to. I'm not sure, but it's definitely getting us quite a bit of XP per crop that we managed to pull out. Back at it. Ouch. Okay, that's it for my tea for right now, so I need to refill. So I will be right back. Gonna refill my tea, and I'll see you guys here in a bit. Okay. Mhm. I need more of those, didn't I? Yeah. Always carry around emergency food. In my case, I'm carrying around a Roy's peanut butter puck. Those are great. Yeesh, there goes that. So how close are we? I wasn't far off. Still got another about 300-ish, well, 350 after we're done this round to get to 400 probably. Um, so I gotta go harvest more clothes. We gained about, on that run, about 200 XP. Oh no. Sleep. Why did it freak out? Calm down, Higgins. Hmm. $19 in there. Only 20 thread left. So I'll do one round of these, take them apart, and then we'll go get more thread. So I said 380. We were off by 13. But, you know. Wow. I'm going to restart my Zomboid because it's been... it's nearly, what, 7 hours? Something like that. So I'll restart my Zomboid. Taking a while to close. That's not a good thing. Hmm. Come on. Come on. Get your body back. We got places to go. I shouldn't have put this on the ground. Although... it's fine to do it now, because I'm going to swap out. Look at this bag up here. I don't actually have to do subpar weapons anymore. I shouldn't do that. 1 second. Got that there. And this here beside it. Single screwdriver is fine. That I can bring with me. But the kitchen knife... long stone knives are fine. And the baseball bat's in there as sort of an emergency, fairly good durable weapon. That said though... that I definitely don't need. I don't know about these. I'll think about it. But if I go back over here, I can grab... I should start by making... I have a metalworking punch. Meat cleaver, hunting knife. One second. These are fixed. These just need to be assembled. Um, Oh, look at this. Forged goblet. That looks cool. I bet you it looks neat as a decoration. I made 6 long blades. Craft windows? That sounds good. Okay, so that's 8 knives, which will be ready for tomorrow. All nice and sharp and ready to go. Okay, so we'll sleep, wake up, check on the farm. Maybe water everything. Sorry. At least some use for glass making. See, glass making I thought was going to be utilized to make glass spears, because glass spears are a thing that exists in the files. But I guess not. At least not yet. Because a tempered glass spear would be pretty cool. You know what I mean? And it wouldn't be... If made properly, I don't think it would be as fragile as it sounds. Do you know what I mean? Because I know it sounds like they would just break right away, but... We're nearly at the stage where... Here they go, seeding. nice. You don't need them to seed, though. Here we go. Yeah, it should be ready soon. All right, let's go. Another round of harvesting clothes. You weren't in the right location for your music. Um, you know, it kind of fits Zomboid though as well, doesn't it? Ribbit. Hmm? Ooh, your clothes are nice. Thank you. Beautiful. Look at those beautiful clothes. Pristine. Thank you for keeping care of yourself. Oops. Yeah, they were like pristine. It's like that zombie was in some kind of closet during the apocalypse, and they just came out and were like immediately attacked me instead of going anywhere, damaging the clothes, nothing. They saved themselves for just the right moment. Like some kind of cryo tank. You see one of those every once in a while. It lunged through a clothing store entirely on accident. Like one of those situations where it's like a cartoon and they like wander through a clothing store and somehow they get fully dressed in some kind of disguise, like stumbling through it. They like trip over one of the shirts, it pulls it down just enough to get it over their head. They're flailing around, their arms go through the holes, and then they kind of just keep going. Fall over onto a pair of pants. Legs go right through the sides of it. It's like... It's not likely that's gonna happen, but I mean, yeah, okay. The odds are definitely not with it. It's not... It's like a... It's a not 0% chance that would happen, though. Right? Like, it's like... It's real low. It's like super low, but it's not 0. Look at how unhappy we are. We're extremely uncomfortable. That's some max leveled out uncomfortability. Thankfully, it just means we're gonna get sad. That's all it means. When you already have work boots on? I mean, you could really stretch those socks over work boots, probably. But that said, I mean, maybe the socks in this universe are made different. Maybe there's a particular alloy that they have access to that allows the socks to seamlessly transition through the fabric that is the shoes are made of, right? It's like a special kind of metal or something that's in the shoes or that's in the soles that lets the sock just kind of slide right through. Maybe special kind of leather or, you know, trying to apply logic to video games. It's not going well. I'm trying my best, though. I thought it was a good argument. Okay, I picked up quite a bit. So that's one batch. We'll go there. I'm gonna go grab one more full round if I'm able. Sure, you. That rabbit has more meat than an adult bull. Not wrong. That doesn't mean nerf the baby rabbit. That means nerf or like buff the bull's meat. By the way, I just want to make that clear as well. The fact that rabbits give decent calories is not a bad thing. Catching a rabbit requires effort. You know, and that effort should be rewarded. It shouldn't be tarnished. Same as owning, like, yeah, owning animals is kind of just a walk over and they're yours kind of deal. But, like, I mean, you have to maintain them. And then losing an animal should kind of mean something, you know? Like, give you some stuff to work with. Doesn't have to 100% make sense, but it's got to at least be balanced in the same way. Right? I'm not saying that they need to have, like, enough calories to... One bull should be able to fix your weight, but it's like, you know, make it relative. You want the stone scythes nerfed? I mean, I don't think they're ridiculous. I think they're okay. The only reason why people think they're so crazy good is because they're fast to craft, But the if stone scythes took a hit, people would just use flint saws as their axes because they're basically the same. So, like, I mean, and it's fine to have a weapon that's okay. All weapons are fairly good once you get to the proper weapon level, level 7. Once your weapons are level 7, then you get to see the true weapons in action. You know, same as these weapons now that I'm currently using. I'm two-tapping all the zombies, for the most part. But it doesn't have to be 100%, like, super duper serious. Everything should get nerfed and everything should do no damage. I mean, I think that should be plain as obvious, given the fact that one of the most recent updates that is ragdolls. It's just like that things shouldn't be taken too seriously, right? I don't think the stone sight's in a bad place. I think it's okay. The making some of the other weapons easier access would be a good idea, though. So, for example, I feel like the spear should regain its ability to be crafted from planks. You should be able to craft a spear from planks, and not just a spear, but I actually think that you should be able to craft the long sticks from planks, too. So that would open the door for more crafting possibilities, because people would be able to build stuff with long planks, and thus saws would be more important. Yes, the flint saw can't make planks for whatever reason. Don't really know why, but it can't. But that kind of opens the door for that, right? Or, sorry, it can make planks. It makes planks the same way knives make planks, which I don't count as a way to make planks. That's not true at all. So the real reason why I'm not killing hundreds upon hundreds a day is personal choice right now. I'm choosing to level my crafting skills, but I can push a fairly adequate kill count forward if I really were to go out and actually try to kill the zombies with knives. It would be less than stone scythes, but short bats are actually on par with stone scythes right now, and actually spears are still in a great spot once you get your spear level up, which also takes quite a while, right? Spears were given back their kill chance per swing, and that doesn't matter either, right? I don't know what you mean then, because you can kill hundreds upon hundreds of zombies with your feet right now. You don't even need a weapon, because down attacks right now are actually a little bit overtuned. But that's my own opinion once again for the down attacks. Down attacks I feel are in a place where it's a little bit much, but it could be toned back a little bit, maybe based a little bit more around strength. I mean, they are based on strength, but they feel like they're doing a lot more now than they used to. I need to go back over here and put away some stuff. But yeah, it's one of those things where I don't feel like things need to be nerfed right now in that way. Even down attacks, I don't believe down attacks should be nerfed at the moment either. I think nerfing things is a bad idea at the moment due to the nature of the unstable branch. It's a good idea to hold off on nerfing things until like later on. There are a lot of things that you could nerf right now that make sense to nerf. A good example would be lots of people agree that butter should get nerfed. But in all honesty, there needs to be some way to gain calories, or the calorie system needs to be fixed in some way before that nerf happens. Otherwise, people are just going to starve to death on calories. Or they're not going to be able to move around, and, you know, they'll stop playing out of boredom, which is unfortunate if they reach that point, you know? You're very excited for Mortal Kombat? Does that mean you're going to stream that, Chili? Are you going to stream Mortal Kombat? Do I get to watch you play Mortal Kombat? See you play a fighter and enjoy you, you know, dominating in fatalities? It's a movie? Okay. I thought that you were talking about a new Mortal Kombat video game that was coming out. It'd be cool to see you play a fighter. I'd still be keen. You could never, like, you could never master fatalities. They're just a simple button combination after, while somebody's standing still. I wasn't bad at doing the fatalities. It's just I always had to look them up because I couldn't figure them out on my own. Bonk zombie. End of zombie. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't think that that's caveman-esque. Although Lamper used to make that joke all the time that he was a caveman. But I don't buy into that. I need to take these off. Time for bed. Oh wait, this... See, the thing that I always struggled with was playing against fighting folks who are really passionate about it and really good about, like, you know, that, like, I was okay at beating my friends a lot of the time when I played fighters, so like Smash and all that stuff. But when I went up against somebody who it's their favorite thing, it became difficult to beat those folks or even challenge those folks. And it's fun to face them, but it's clear that their passion carries them forward and that they're able to just excel in ways that I would never be able to. It's cool to see, though. I really like it. But I understand things like controlling the center and you know, in Smash, there's a lot of edge. You want to control, you know, knock people out by controlling the edge. But same for Soul Calibur or, you know, Mortal Kombat, Tekken, any of the dragon, like the Dragon Ball anime ones, so like all of those ones, Jump Force, etc. The Naruto fighting games. Taking it to the street. Yeah. What others? What was there was one other one. I can't remember it right now. It was Tekken, Soul Calibur, and one other fighter that wasn't Mortal Kombat. What was it called? It's not coming to my mind right now, but it not Street Fighter. It's on the tip of my tongue. Don't remember. But it was a popular one too. It was good. It was a good fighter. Now I just need to, while we're walking, swap into my battle gear. Okay, let's go. Just in case there is. Soul Calibur, Ultra Instinct. No, it wasn't any of those ones. Soul Calibur was fun. My favorite character to play in that one was Cassandra. She was really fun. I like bonking people with the shield. And then there's a lot of characters that I really liked in that game, in those game series. I got humbled real big time by somebody who was who should have competed in tournaments with how good they were. I couldn't land a hit on them, not one, and they like insta zero, 100 to 0 me, full comboed, master combo, like you couldn't get a hit in. There was no attacking them. It's like that's all they cared about, which is true, because that is all they cared about. There's some folks that are not that don't compete in tournaments, but are just absolutely like ridiculous levels of skill. Yeah, it's interesting sometimes. I like the fighting community though. There's one of my friends plays a lot of that stuff as well. Like several of my friends play a lot of the fighting stuff. Some of them don't consider themselves professionals, which is ridiculous to me because they could easily defeat me no problem. And not that I hold myself in high regard for those kinds of things, but you know, I have the same memories as being one of the best players in the room growing up. Tis tough. But those folks are amazing. Watching them play is art. Yeah, that stuff is fun. That's part of the. That's part of it, though, right? It's just it's, it's meant to be like that. It's great. Definitely unique in its own right. Okay, so I think we harvested all those clothes. So we'll grab you. Okay, I think that that's good for now. We'll see how much rip cheats we have total. And then I'll go wash them, because you have to wash them in order to turn them into thread. And then turn them into thread, and then see how much XP we get. My calc was off by a little bit last time, but we'll see. It's only off by 13, but I mean, it still is room for improvement. Can't improve if you don't admit you're wrong. Or you could just be covered in bags. I mean, basically I am. If you look around, there is just bags on bags on bags. Unfortunately, I can't put the bags in the bags, but I have some bags in the bags over here, but these bags that are in bags are actually, they're empty in order to be in the bags. Otherwise, they would have too much weight, and they wouldn't be able to be there like that. $30. Chili likes bags and bags. Stone knife can be here. I think it's time we actually started looking at making this metal stuff into, there we go, both empty. Oh. Okay. That goes there. That's a full battery. That's a full light bulb. This is too scrap, but we do not need. Here we go. We're very close. Um, every thread in my inventory, but I don't have. Oh, the. There we go. Spec. I'm appreciative that denim strips and rags are basically interchangeable now, except denim strips are slightly better. That still like they're slightly better than rags, so you still like rags more. I run out of. I must have run out of thread. But because rags are still more plentiful than denim strips, but at least they're usable. Leather's still the best kind of in terms of defense once you're maxed, but I mean, I'm not maxed right now. We ran out again. I've almost got level 2 electrical. Not quite, though. Okay, gotta go to bed. And we've got about 300 XP more to go. 346. Well, we're doing good. We're making solid progress. And then once I have the raccoon hat, then we'll consider actually maybe doing some killing. $78. I knew they'd be ready. Okay, we do need to gain weight, so I'm gonna go check on the rabbits and see if their breeding is out of control. Because the last we checked, there should be 39 rabbits. I haven't added any more since my last big batch, so there should still only be 39. There's 42 now. So that means that they're in the last little while. With me, Cottontail. Grab one more. Actually, you know what? Double chevron! I'm gonna get a double chevron. It's gonna happen. I just remembered. Cabbages are really good for carbs. Double chevron. All the way across the sky. What does this mean? Hey, what? Oh. Oh, before we do anything else, let's... It's 12 diamonds. Look at that. Rubies. How many do I need? I think I need 10 gold fragments for a sheet, right? Let's see how many. I'll have a look. Because I'd love to be eating things with a golden, like golden... Uh, uh, yes. Say goodbye to the wooden spoon that I've been eating everything with for ages. This spoon probably... Where are you? This wooden spoon has been with Higgins for like years in game. Years he's had this spoon. And I'm gonna save it, but like, cause it's like, you know, it's kind of, it's him, it's his spoon. One of the spoons that he ate with for ages. But that said, I just need some charcoal. Which is surprisingly difficult to come by. I'm gonna need to chop down a heck of a lot more trees. How does the gold sheet look though? That's so small. Here we go, another big old pot of soup. That's the first chevron. Second I can eat more, I'm gonna eat more. I need peanuts. Yep. Oh, and there we go. We've entered lavish life of luxury. We have a golden spoon that we eat our food with now. And I have an extra in case I lose this one, which I probably won't, because it goes in the fanny pack. One sec before we continue that. Eat this and this together. Smaller cuts of meat I'll use for this, and for the smaller cuts of salad. Oh wow. Um, okay, the second I'm able to, I'm gonna try and eat some more, but let's do 40 some odd. Well, that should be enough thread there. Just finish patching the holes in all of these. Give me that second chevron game. I deserve it. Frying back but it should only be minus. Each cabbage would give me about 100, but I'm chopping them up into this, so that should be about. So soon. Soon we'll be able to see that double chevron. We're not moving at all. We're doing tailoring. I should be able to get another 30 or so of these. I
You're
didn't
amazing.
immediately think you were. Uh, the, though KFC. Although KFC is pretty good. I okay. When I think chicken, I don't immediately think KFC anyways. I think like a lot of things, curries, I think about wraps and a bunch of other stuff first before I think about KFC. There's a lot of things. Ribbit. You're just going all I am on all the points, huh? I will do wellness. Give me 1 second. I put on my pants and come on. I'm like really hoping that I get these double chevrons. Like I'm just consuming all 12 cabbage as quickly as I can. Because they should be about 100 carbos each, which roughly. So that might take my double chevron away, please. We've been eating salad consistently for the last couple of days. Pretty pleased. Let it. Give me that double chevron that I'm looking for. I need to red until our hunger goes away. Still no double chevron. Oh my goodness. Come on. I deserve this double chevron. I'm working hard. I queued up eating at the end of this, so. Come on, even if it's only for a little bit. Pretty please, can I have that double chevron? Nah, you're not gonna give it to me. Nope, no double chevron. Even though I just ate 12 cabbages, which is probably close to... Well, it should be... Without nutritionists, it's hard to say. But on average, those should have at least 90. So that should be roughly about 1,000 carbohydrates. Ah, but it's not enough because there's maintenance cost. Dang it! Of course I'm not meeting the maintenance cost. Double chevron dream is dead. The maintenance cost is too high for those. All right, let's go. How much do we have? This is before we do. Yeah, so roughly. There's 50 in my inventory and some on the ground. I should be able to take all these apart. And we still have roughly 50 on the ground. We gotta go wash those tomorrow. So we'll eat, drink, and wash all the clothes tomorrow. Frog! Hooray! Look how happy he is. He's so happy. Happy frog. I'm gonna put him by the other frog. Bedtime, Higgins. Let's go get him food, and then we will go and grab, continue our grind. We're doing fairly well. Might just do it for the seeds. I find one more, but I suppose I don't need it, but maybe I do need it. Ooh, more clay. Eventually we'll find a lighter, I'm sure. There we go. That nodule over there. I'm gonna make a run over to the thing just so that the plants get watered. And yeah, I don't have to water them. I think I'll do the same by going and visit the rabbits, but I don't think I probably don't need to, but can I convince you not to stand there, please? Pretty please, don't. Just please, don't step on my crops. Anything else is fine. Just don't step on them. Actually, I'm here already, so... Oh, I'm using the... Please stop being in this area and zombies. Why are there so many? Okay, 1 second. The area's been clear for ages. Yet there's some coming out of the woodwork. Why did the worms get the rotten stuff on it? Huh? I thought agriculture in Build for It 2 was not worth it. Any change? I mean, no, there hasn't been any major change. I'm just making it work for the best of my ability. Uh, and there's certain aspects of the that I'm able to use sort of to my advantage. I still think greenhouses are needed, but that said, yeah, it's not really worth it, but because I just happen to be in that time frame where I can do agriculture, I'm trying to do agriculture. So, and so far, I mean, I've managed to get a full level in farming. Like, I mean, and if those crops hold, I should probably be able to get to level 2, almost maybe even level 3, maybe, if the crops go well. And that's in one sitting, right? Assuming that I can maybe get a farming book or two, like farming 4 or farming 5, I might actually be able to get agriculture all the way to level 10 in maybe 2 more in-game years. So by year 4, I think I could get it done. Maybe. I think that's optimistic, but I mean at the same time, I think it's possible. We're 2 years and a month in, and the first year was kind of build up, like because we were 0 to hero, we had to get our strength and our fitness up. That took quite a long time, and we're still not even maxed on strength or fitness. We're level 9 on strength and nearly level 7, sorry, on fitness. A lot of our other skills though are starting to come along really nicely. I think I could probably max masonry. Carving would be no problem. I could do carpentry really quickly, actually, now that I have the access to nails. Uh, so that's several skills that I can get maxed right away. The skills that currently are holding me back will be electrical, glass making a little bit, but we at least can do window panes now, at least. That's possible. So I could probably get glass making part of the way up, but not... Those skills are going to take a long time. Mechanics, I need an actual vehicle that's... So I would have to go back to Dixie or go to the crossroads and just start working on cars nonstop. To get that up. And I prefer if I could at least get, like I said, if I could get some of the level 4 books, that would be great. Specifically, level 5 books would be fantastic, but it's kind of a bit of an unlikely scenario. I think I'm going to have to just grind through a few of the levels from 9 to 10, just because that's just how it is with the loot. But I mean, I could try. I haven't looted all of Muldraw yet, because, like, I mean, we've barely even scratched Muldraw, to be honest. We've done a little bit of the portion of the start. We did all of Dixie, though, so Dixie's clear. We did the Crossroads. We've done McCoy Estates. We haven't really done too much killing in bulk yet, but eventually it's going to happen. And then once killing in bulk begins, I'll be able to basically, hopefully, wipe out all of Muldraw and the train yard. And then from there, we'll be deciding what we want to do next in terms of these two. Probably what I'll do is Rosewood. Probably before I do March Ridge. I will want to do Rosewood, and I would want to do West Point as well, just so that most of this side of the map is dealt with. We did have a house alarm go off here that will have pulled some of West Point down and into the woods, though, which will be awkward and annoying to deal with. Meaning that chances are when we get to this area here, what I'm gonna want to do is I want to make sure that this area is fully cleared. And then I'm going to want to set up something somewhere in an open-ish area so that I can pull everything in this portion of the map towards me so that I can clear it all out. And then once we're clear of that, we'll be able to then focus into things like Riverside, Valley Station, and then pushing towards Louisville. Or we can go down over here somewhere and clear this stuff again. Haven't really decided. Although I haven't seen Louisville very much since the 42 updates. I've seen it a little bit. But There we go. Yeah, right now I'm doing tailoring though. And I'm having a good time with it. Like as good a time as you can with something so grindy. We're already rapidly approaching level 4, and level 4 is when I'm going to stop tailoring. Because at level 4 we unlock a large portion of the armors that we can make, but the biggest reason that I'm doing tailoring in the first place is because I wanted to make the coon skin cap. Because I want to put Higgins in the coon skin cap. Yeah, there's been a lot of changes in Build 42 that are not agriculture. I expect that when they do actually change agriculture, it will be because they're focusing on it. So like they'll be actually adding the greenhouses and they'll be, expanding building options in that way. And that's when, and they'll be hype around it, I'm sure. Because, it'll be like, by the way, we can finally farm. It's in, like better ways. And it's like, yeah, there'll be hype around it for sure. Oh, should not activate that there. I'm very close to the next level of that stuff. There are dozens of them. I want to make my own though. I don't want to go one from Coalfield. You're not wrong. It's the same as this leather pouch. You could just run over to Coalfield and grab one from there too, right? I happened to find this one on a Survivor Zombie. But you can also make this, right? At least I think I found it on a Survivor Zombie. I might have made it. I don't remember. It's been a long time, and I've had it for a very long time too, so... But I know that making one of these is a possibility. But yeah, I want to make my own. And while, yeah, it would be faster to just loot it, that requires a long, like a couple of day journey, as opposed to skills that I get to keep afterwards, right? And yeah, sure, I would get to keep the several coonskin caps that I find there, as well as other loot. along the journey, but I get to keep this XP when I'm done with it. And then I can also make other level 4 stuff, like the armors. Although right now, I think we should be nearly able to make the metal armors. So, like, the metal armor is superior to the leather armor by, like, a lot. Like, a lot. Like, the zombies you could basically run into a crowd of zombies and survive for a little bit. You'll die eventually, but it's you know, in the exchanges that normally kill me, the armor makes those almost not possible. Because usually I get like grabbed by one or two, and then I run away and I've gotten bit. That's generally what happens. Usually it's because I missed a swing, or I missed time a push, or I didn't see a zombie and it comes up on my flank. If I had armor, well, the only problem with armor though is that it causes uncomfortableness, and the uncomfortableness causes sadness, which means that if I've got sadness, well, I want ways to get rid of my sadness. And I want Higgins to be sad. That's no fun. It makes you slower. It's not, nah, it's not by enough of a margin. You mean, or are you talking about the unhappiness moodle? Because that does affect quite a lot. It makes so many actions slower. Because I've worn the armor before. I wore the armor when I sieged March Ridge for the very first time. Like when I went into the March Ridge bunker. And so when I did that, I was underwhelmed because I had a pest event in the March Ridge bunker, so there were no zombies. When I went down there, I was expecting, you know, a battle, and I got nothing. There we go. Alrighty. Although we didn't quite hit the total, we will be able to hit it next time. I'm going to get a little bit of rest in now, though, because we've got Vintage Story RP tonight. So I'm going to be back streaming the Vintage Story RP. So you guys will see me later with that, all right? But I'm going to wrap it up there. Oop. I'm going to... Just 1 second before I swap. Just gonna quit to desktop. Okay. All right. Okay, it's been my pleasure as always, and I'm going to raid out so that you guys can enjoy, you know, somebody else who's having a good time, I'm sure. Let's see, make their day a little brighter. Oh, Buzz, we can raid Buzz. It's been a little while since I've raided Buzz. Usually he's busy, or sleeping, or gone. Let's raid Buzz. Make his day a little brighter. Wave a Buzz for me. You guys have yourselves a wonderful day. Ta!